mountains, to the mountains. Waiting for you to explore, to make stories.
Shall we start? Hello,
Yes,
everyone.
please.
Yeah, I think start.
It's past time.
Yeah, it
Please
has.
start. Please start.
Yeah,
We
let's
already
start.
are.
Yeah. Do I have other four speakers? Saswata?
Yeah, I have.
You here,
I'm
Manori?
here.
Where's Manori?
I'm here. Hello.
Okay, great. Where is Din Nurika Agustina?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay, you're here. And Rahul Kumaja? Rahul, are you here? I can't see Rahul coming in yet, but he's the fourth speaker, so no problem. And my second moderator, you are here. I can see you.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hi, good morning, Kanakwan. I'm
Good morning. Good
nice
morning,
to meet
everyone.
you.
Yes, yes. Very nice to have all of you here, including all of our audience. Thank you very much for being here, attending this session, which is going to be very interesting. We have 4 speakers today. My name is Kanokwan Tharawan. I'm from the Institute for Population and Social Research from Mahidol University, Thailand. So it's my pleasure to be here today to be your first moderator. And would you like to introduce yourself, the second moderator?
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Kanokwan. My name is Anindita, and I'm the facilitator at Indonesian National Family Planning and Population Board. Mrs. Kanokwan, let me please just a little housekeeping before we get started. So first, each presenter will have 15 minutes to present the abstract, and a
Sure.
notification sound will remind presenter when the time is up. From the host, please, can we check the sound? Okay. So if any technical problem occur to the current presenter, he or she needs to do the troubleshoot in the background, and the upcoming presenter must take over. And if there is any questions during the presentation, please type into the chat box in Zoom control panel. We will bring them up during Q&A session at the end of all presentations. So that's the announcement before we get started. So I will return to you again, Mrs. Kanokwan.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. Everybody understands we are on the same page now. I think we will start with the first speaker because we are a little bit behind time here. I didn't know what I was doing. Okay. Okay, the first speaker is going to be Saswata Ghosh.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
you're
you.
from,
Thank you very much.
okay, great, you are here. Okay, your title is Interregional Variations of Fertility Contours in India. Are you ready, Dr.
Yeah, yeah.
Saswata? Okay, great, go ahead. You have 15 minutes, but you'll be given a warning at 10 minutes. And again, 15 minutes, and that's the end of your presentation.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. Can you see my screen?
Oh yeah, I can see your screen, fine, yes,
And
Can see it.
am I audible correctly, right?
yes.
Okay, so thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it may be. Very warm welcome to this APA, fifth version of APA. Now, the title of my paper suggests that it is the inter-regional variations of fertility contours in India, a multi-level modeling approach. The work is done by me and as well as another 2 colleagues of mine, Dr. Zakaria Siddiqui and Mr. Debajyoti Majumdar. Now, before going into details, just to actually remember that although India is going to achieve the replacement level fertility very soon by 2023, for example. However, the 4 large states, the larger states of the northern and the north central India, namely Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, and Rajasthan, continue to have the high fertility. Now, in a recent study, there was argument that although the fertility have declined even among the northern and the north central Indian states, significant regional divergence still persists. And this is the point of departure from our paper, that how this district level fertility shows the trends for all these things. Now, since 1990s, based on district level analysis of census data, a number of studies have identified the variables which are responsible for stark regional fertility differentials. Now, Mari Bhatt, 1996, in his seminal work, actually estimated the district level root birth rate and the total fertility rate for Indian major states by employing indirect methods of demographic estimation from 1981 and 1991 census data, and also provided insights about the cause-effect relationship between TFR and socioeconomic variables, ideational changes, and health and family welfare by adopting holistic analytical approach. And the paper, our paper, is primarily focused in testing if previously identified factors by the Bhatt are still actually relevant in case of India. Now, the study also examined the fertility behavior using individual level data from the latest wave. I mean, when the unit level data was available for NFHS4 conducted in 2015-16, but we will be briefly presenting this part of this findings. Now, it is understandable that the analysis of the fertility behavior at the individual level will give more leverage to the demographic and socioeconomic variables in explaining the fertility, because these variables have the higher variance at the individual compared to the district level. As a result of aggregation at the district level, variances of this variable will be moderated in the district level analysis. Now, these are the objectives, as I have already told, that whether to inquire the previously identified factors by the VART to understand the regional variation of the fertility condition in India, still relevant in the present day Indian society, and also to examine the fertility behavior using the individual level data from NFHS4. Purpose behind focusing on the district level analysis is to elicit the role of the role that more relevant from the point of view of the policy leverage. Now, we have adopted to multi-level modeling in this case, and the key motivation for employing such a model is that OLS is actually more prone to producing larger standard error of regression coefficient, and the multi-level modeling indeed had the smaller standard error. I am not going into the details of this modeling. Everybody knows who are familiar with standard statistical techniques right nowadays. Now, these are the regional variation of the total fertility rate, and this was calculated by using the version of the Arriaga version of the P by F ratio method provided by Brass. Now, you can find that in the actually result section, you can actually find that as 46% of 536 Indian districts under this study are at or below replacement level TFR, and the decline in the fertility is actually already underway in additional 43% districts. The TFR lies between 2.2 and 3. Thus, 89% of 536 study districts at the time of 2011 census, we have actually not conducted the analysis for the Jammu and Kashmir because of the data problem, and there are several papers on it. Districts that either achieve replacement level or fertility, or either achieved a replacement level of fertility or has low TFR, however, with substantial regional variation across states and region, as revealed by the second map in the right hand side. Now, map 2 actually reveals, the second map actually reveals that the regional variation of fertility contours in India. All the districts of the two states of southern region, namely the Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, and the state of Punjab in the northern region, are at or below replacement level of fertility, while none of the districts in Bihar have actually achieved such actually level, except West Bengal. Majority of the districts of the north central and eastern region are currently undergoing fertility decline. Notable inter-district variations in fertility was observed in the states of the eastern region, Rajasthan and Gujarat of the western region, Madhya Pradesh in the north central region, and Himachal Pradesh in northern region. Now, let's, because of the paucity of time, let's straight come to the result of the multi-level modeling. Now, the first model is the intercept-only model, and in this model, actually, essentially, our modeling distribute the variance of TFR into the three components. It is the fixed component and the random component of the region, and lastly, the random component of the district itself. So, in the intercept-only model, the fixed component has only mean of the dependent variable as the explanatory variable. In the model 1, we have incorporated the variable representing the economic structure, except the normalized factor score indicating the district level development. In model 1, the proportion of the male worker in agriculture has significant positive effect on TFR, while the proportion of the agricultural laborer has a significant negative and significant effect on TFR. In the model 2, when we have dropped the proportion of male workers in agriculture and included normalized factor score indicating the district level development, it was found that apart from the proportion of the agricultural laborer, the normalized factor scores at the district level development also has negative and significant effect on TFR. In model 3, we have found that in addition to the significant negative association of the economic variables, such as proportion of agricultural laborers, significant positive effect of proportion of joint or extended family and Muslim population was observed with TFR. As expected, the proportion of scheduled caste existence of the self-help group at the district level, female literacy, and the normalized factor score of the media exposure have significant negative effect on TFR. Now, upon inclusion of the variables representing the health and family planning in model 4, we actually found that the higher the under 5 mortality and the unmet need for family planning significantly facilitate the higher number of children in addition to the variables indicating economic and the social structure and ideational changes. Now, as we move to see how this region random effect and district random effect actually changes, and the model I explained, we can actually find that in the initial model, that the fixed component of the specification explain only 6.7% of the total variance in the dependent variable, while the region level random effect explains about 32.1%, while the remaining 61.2% of the variance is attributable to the district itself. Now, in the second model, I mean in actually the model 1, that was the model 0, and this was the model 1. We can actually find that as a
That's your first one.
I have another 5 minutes, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thank you. So, as a result of the introduction of the two variables in the model share of the fixed component in explaining the total variance actually significantly went up. And similarly, if you see that continue to up to model 4, we can actually find that the fixed effect of the component of the model 4 explained about 73.4% of the total variation in the TFR across districts of India. Regional random effect ended up with a relatively small share, that is 3.3%, while unexplained variation at the district level still commanded 23.3% of the total variation in the TFR across the districts of India. So now this I have already told, and so the other things needs to be observed, that we have obtained more or less actually similar kind of result on the multi-level models carried out at the individual level data of the NFHS 4 individual level data. Although we have not provided the table here, with the significant actually exception is that the female age at marriage, and we know that female age at marriage is found to have significant negative influence on children ever born at the individual level, but not at the district level. One can note that the coefficient of variation for the female age at marriage for the district level is 6.25%, and the corresponding value for the individual level is 23.3%. At the same time, the district level analysis allow us to use the set of variables as the correlate which have policy relevance but not available in NFHS 4 data set. So the main takeaway points are actually that these factors have significant what actually Maribhatt was postulated in 1996 have significant implication in the present in Indian society. In addition to that, there are other new kind of actually variables which are coming to have significant influencer actually that the existence of the self-help group. I mean, that is the one of the new forms of institution for emerging which have potential to contribute in the fertility change in case of rural India. Our study has some kind of limitation that the first, as actually mentioned earlier, that carrying out similar analysis for the at least 3 census period would have pinpoint the contribution of the different factors affecting the variation in the fertility change. However, we could not accomplish that because of the territorial changes for the many of the districts and states and districts. And secondly, due to the endogeneity problem amongst different explanatory variable and other theoretical consideration, listing main factors which influence regional variety of fertility could not be asserted. So by updating this, we have efficiently implemented, we can say that focusing on spacing method for better child maternal and child health outcome is actually needed, and further propagating benefit of the small size through the media and the SAG platform and subsequent development at the macro level would play an catalytic role in this actually process. And the recent evidence also suggests that the woman's own aspiration and aspiration for the children could also lead to fertility decline across the social and economic standing. And future studies may attempt to interrogate how such aspiration results in the fertility choice and their actualization in different political economic contexts in India. So thank you. Thank you for your kind patience. I'm in time.
Dr. Ghosh, you're right on time. Thank you so much for the very valuable 15-minute presentation of yours. We will go right away to the second presentation, which is Dr. Manori Weeratunga from Sri Lanka. Are you ready? And I encourage you all to type up your questions in the chat box so that at about the last half an hour of our session, we will then be asking and answer and having a more discussion and more relaxed time there. Thank you so much. And we also have two presentations, right, moderator number 2?
Yes,
That we
right.
very good. Yes, and we will be doing that after we have all the 4 speakers presented their presentations.
Okay, thank you. So after we finish all the presentation, we're waiting for the question as well. Maybe Mrs. Kanokwan. So,
That's correct. Yeah, I'm speeding up because I'm afraid that we would not have that time you're talking about. So Dr. Manori Weeratunga, are you ready?
Yeah. Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And good morning and good evening, whatever the place you are in. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present at the 5th APA conference. Today, my presentation topic is trends in reproductive inequality in Sri Lanka. Fertility is one of the main components of population change. The reproductive inequalities can affect fertility levels of any country. Sri Lanka is reaching replacement level of fertility. It means that Sri Lanka is maintaining quite a better rates of birth patterns. Although Sri Lanka is experiencing decline trends of fertility levels, part trends and pattern shows there have been kind of fluctuations. Sri Lankan scholars have studied and shown that up and down of birth rates in recent years can be considered as a temporary phenomenon, and especially Professor Dishanayake 2017 showed when a country has declined fertility levels and if there is a sudden increase in certain years, can be due to temporary phenomena. However, if the country situation is so, there are regional differences in the country. Therefore, to maintain the quality of children in the country and ensure the equal well-being of all nations, inequality need to be addressed in proper manner. Therefore, it is important to examine the reproductive inequalities in Sri Lanka to identify and address different reproductive patterns based on different fertility behavior. So this is content, and when I'm moving to the introduction, and also I mentioned in my previous statements, the reproductive inequalities among population is of critical importance since it may affect women's and children's health. Because so we need to, so although Sri Lanka has reached to the replacement level, reaching to the replacement level fertility, so we have find out some kind of the regional differences. So to maintain their children's and women's health, we need to think about that, identify the inequality. Reproductive inequality most often highlight the persistence of social inequalities in a country. As a developing country, so the country is experiencing social as well as economic inequalities. Policies to reduce inequality in access to reproductive health care services are often general and frequently benefit the richer population. This is known as the inverse equity situation. Therefore, it is prime important of studying the magnitudes and the objective of study is to analyze fertility indicators to examine the inequalities of fertility patterns in Sri Lanka.
Excuse me, Miss Manori. I think your mic is
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear now? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, sorry. When I observe the literature of Sri Lanka trends in reproductive inequality, I can say in brief that in developing countries, socio-economic factors have been influenced to make different reproductive behavior within the country. So now moving to the data and methods, study used Sri Lanka Demographic and Health Survey starting from 1987 to 2016. So in this graph, actually, you can see the fertility trends and patterns in Sri Lanka. So when you look at the total fertility rates during 1960 to 2016, so in 2000 to 2000, there is a, the fertility level has declined, the replacement level of fertility. However, after that, there is a little increase. And also when you look at the age-specific fertility levels in different years, and the different years we can see different patterns. However, in 2016, there is a decline of age-specific fertility rates. So, and also when you look at the mean number of children ever born for currently married women, so we can see, so there is a decline. And also what I wanted to highlight here, in Sri Lanka also, although it has the replacement level, the fertility level has been declining. However, there are different patterns of fertility can be identified by districts. So therefore, so we need to make attention on that. So when we look at fertility differentials in urban, rural and estate sector, age-specific fertility shows in estate sector high fertility patterns, especially in young women. However, when we became to upper ages, it has declined. This figure suggests that urban and rural fertility approaches the convergence, while estate fertility exhibits a different pattern by showing reproductive inequality only between urban, rural, and estate sectors. So when we look at moving to compare food birth rate, TFR, and general fertility rates in 2006 and 2016, here also we can see the estate sector fertility is high. These figures illustrate that state fertility is distinctly higher for all three indicators of fertility, although they are at different accuracy level. So when it comes to the 2016, yeah, still the fertility in estate sector is high. And also when you look at the total fertility rate by sector, also this figure also demonstrates that TFR has substantially declined from its previous values in all three sectors to a significantly low level. Most importantly, all three sectors seems to be approaching convergence to a similar level in the near future. When we look at fertility differentials according to wealth, so there is the relationship between the level, poverty level and the fertility. So when we look at the poverty head count ratio by sector in 2006-7 shows that the state sector has the higher poverty headcount ratio, and also in the 2060 shows the state sector has the higher poverty level. So therefore, when we look at and also whether this chart shows the poverty headcount ratio is higher in the state sector, and this difference is 4 times compared with urban and double compared with rural sectors. And also when you look at the wealth quintile and the percentage of women total fertility, there is a strong relationship between poverty level and fertility ratios, because poverty inequalities are reflected in fertility by sector. And also moving to mean number of children ever born to women age 40 to 49 by education. So we can see the relationship between the education level and the fertility. In general, both indicated of fertility, mean number of children ever born, and total fertility ratios there is an interesting, so when we look at this, so the mean number of children ever born women age 40 to 49 was the education level. So we can see in general, the both indicators, fertility, mean number of children ever born, and fertility shows the level of shows that level of education is attached to higher fertility level compared to better education level. Moreover, this total counting that shows that who did not have any education level. Women who have more than secondary education tend to have the first child more than 6 years later than those women who have no education or primary education.
Sumber dari variabel apa yang
So when we are moving to the conclusion, it is apparent from this analysis that urban and rural fertility approaches are convergence, while estate fertility exhibits a different pattern and showing reproductive inequality only between urban, rural, and estate sectors. Rural sector shows high fertility in the most frequent ages, but still seems approaching urban fertility level. This can be further confirmed by looking at the other parameters of fertility, namely crude birth rate, general fertility rate, and total fertility rates. Education and wealth have a marked effect on fertility, with less educated mothers having more children on average than women with more than secondary level education, and women in the lowest wealth quintile having 2 more children than women in the highest wealth quintile. However, the association between fertility and wealth is more significant than that of education and fertility, because there is clear declining mean children ever born from the lowest quintile to the highest during the period under study. There is a strong positive association between education level of women and their median age at first birth. The analysis also reveals that women with higher education tend to have their first child more than 6 years later than those women who had no education or primary education. In conclusion, so I can say, although Sri Lanka is experiencing, the lower fertility levels, when we move into the, the regional, when we have the regional indicators, so there are some, we can identify some issues. So therefore, when you have the socio-economic indicators, so it shows that the low level of education and the low level of the poverty indicators has greatly affected to have a kind of increased number of children. So therefore, the policies should be make attention to reduce the fertility levels in the state sector. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about it. I couldn't find few slides. Okay. I think it's right. Okay. Sorry about it.
Thank you so much. Thank you and stay safe. Dr. Weeratunga, thank you so much. We just can't believe, right? It's 2021 already, and some people can pay to get a private trip to the moon and out in these into the space, but still, in India, in the past presentation, and in Sri Lanka, we still have people in poverty and still dealing with a lot of things that we dealt with in many places in the world 50 years ago. So thank you so much for excellent presentations. Let's go to presentation number 3 by Din Nurika Augustina. Please.
Thank you for the session. Okay. Yes, sorry.
Problem at all.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Attend the 5th ASEAN Population Association Conference. I hope you are in good health. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dinurika Agustina. I work at Statistics Indonesia, and now I'm also a student at a doctoral program at Bogor Agricultural University, Department of Statistics. Okay, on this occasion, I will present the result of our team research with the title Spatial Analysis of Unmet Need for Family Planning per Province in Indonesia 2017. The unmet need for family planning is specifically defined to inform pregnant or fertile women who do not use contraception but want birth spacing or birth limiting. This study related to unmet need for family planning is motivated by several important factors, including that the unmet need for family planning is one of the global indicators used to monitor the success of family planning programs. The fulfilling of contraception need for unmet need for family planning is very important to avoid unwanted pregnancy. This indicator is essential to mother mental readiness, maternal reproductive health, and maternal and child mortality. This study was also motivated by Indonesia Demographic and Health Survey, abbreviated IDHS result. It is IDHS 2017 and IDHS 2015 state the stagnant prevalence at 11% of unmet need for family planning in Indonesia. After decrease from IDHS 2012 was around 13%. The stagnation considered the need for mechanism to improve handling contraceptive access, especially for those who need birth spacing or birth limiting. Okay. This study used the 2017 IDHS that cover all areas in Indonesia with provincial level estimation. Then the unmet need for family planning data as dependent variable in this study using provincial level estimates as the unit observation. So do the independent variables. Figure 1 show the thematic map about the percentage of unmet need for family planning per province in Indonesia. It ranged from 5.6 to 23.6%. By observe figure 1, we can conclude a spatial pattern where adjacent provinces have relatively similar values of unmet need for family planning. One of statistical tools to determine the pattern and the significance of spatial dependency or spatial autocorrelation is Moran index. Consider the unmet need for family planning and the spatial weight element matrix in the data study. The Moran index of unmet need for family planning by province value equal 0.6, 0.43, and it has a significant value equal 0.03. It indicates significantly positive autocorrelation. Or in other words, we can say there is a similarity of unmet need for family planning between adjacent regions and specifies spatial model needs for analysis. Okay, next, the spatial model is developed from the classical model, or commonly called linear regression. Linear regression becomes unfit to consider the spatial effect. The assumption of no autocorrelation is not fulfilled in the dependent variable data, so it is necessary to add spatial effect in the model. A glimpse of theoretical understanding of spatial model can observe on this slide. Their comparison between the classical model and two simple spatial model, namely spatial log model or spatial autoregressive model, and the spatial error model. Classic model components consist of intercept, coefficient regression, independent variable, and residual. The difference between classical to the spatial lag model components are the additional spatial autoregressive parameter and neighborhood dependent variable based on the spatial weight in the model. Then the difference between classical to spatial error model components are the additional spatial error model parameters and neighborhood error variable based on the spatial weight in the model. Comparison of model performance we can show in figure 2. Then we choose the spatial error model because of its best performance. This study by spatial error model shows the significantly most of the independent variable used. We can see at table 1, the role of health workers in safe delivery process also contributes to providing access to contraception. In addition, family planning public service advertisement in various media also need to be improved because it significantly contribute to information about contraceptive access for those who need birth spacing or birth limiting. Both variables are significantly reducing the unmet need for family planning. The variables of health insurance coverage of women aged 15 to 49 years and the total fertility rate based on this research model do not have enough evidence to be declared to affect the variable unmet need for family planning. The study proves that poverty has a significant effect on the increasing of unmet need for family planning. Otherwise, the level of education that tends to be better has not reduced the unmet need for family planning. Variable pregnancy check-up visits are at least 4 times, which consists of at least once in the first trimester of pregnancy and at least one in the second trimester of pregnancy and at least twice in the third trimester of pregnancy still suggests a positive contribution to the unmet need for family planning. It indicates the importance of socializing the use of contraception, starting from the prenatal checkup visit. Thus, the result of our research, the following are the references we use for preparation of this study. Thank you for the attention given. We return the session to the moderator.
Thank you so much. You have timed your presentation very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have a situation here. We actually have 4 speakers, but the 4th speaker is not here. Hopefully he will be here very soon. But in the meantime, we will make the most benefit out of our time together here by going to the questions that we have in the chat box. We have questions for Dr. Ghosh and Dr. Viratunga, and I'm sure we will have more questions for Agustina very soon because your presentation has just ended. So I'm gonna give the floor to moderator 2 so that she can ask the questions from the chat box for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Kanokwan, as the first moderator, because there are some questions and very interesting. So I think we can start from the first presenter for Mr. Sas. Okay, I will read the question first, right? So after that, do you want to answer after that right away, or should we read some question after that? The presenter will answer about that. Okay.
One by one will be good.
One by one. Okay, sure. Okay, the first question is about, so I will read from the Shreya Banerjee. Dr. Saswata, in light of your findings pertaining to state like Uttar Pradesh, do you think the population control bill is warranted? If so, whether in total or in moderation? So how's your
population control bill as suggested by the current government of Uttar Pradesh, I think there is no need of actually any kind of population control bill as such, because according to the Union Ministry's own report of population projection, Uttar Pradesh is going to achieve the reproductive fertility in 2025. So this is already 2021. So another 4 years doesn't make much sense. And also we have written a piece in the Hindu just a few days back, where we have actually explained that it is actually not for the general population, but towards pointing to a particular community and all these things. So I personally don't think that any kind of population control bill is required right now.
Okay, okay, what do you think about that? I think it's very good answer. But if any more question from Shreya, you can chat it on the chat box, right? And the second question, can I have the second question as well, Mrs. Kanokwan? Because this
Sure,
is,
yes.
okay.
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
This is for Mr. Saswata too. So from Din Nurika Agustina, child sex ratio is one thing that interested to TFR. Almost all models state it as significant factors. So is there any preference of child sex in India? That's a very interesting question.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is a very important and pertinent point. I mean, that child sex ratio and that child actually sex son preference at a by and large is actually affecting the child sex ratio as well as to contributing to the higher TFR, particularly in the this northern states and the central states in India, where the patriarchy and landholding and that all these things are very deeply seated. And actually, for this particular reason, for this son preference, the sex ratio is also actually higher, because that there are incidents of sex-selective abortions and female infanticides, and as well as that that actually will contribute in balancing that personal choices and that is an important factor in for the higher fertility in case of the Hindi heartland. We have actually had a paper in Economic and Political Weekly. You can just refer to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saswata. And the last question is from Umi Listianingsi. How does culture influence fertility decline? In what model is it measured? That's for Dr. Saswata as well.
Thank you for the question. I mean, now question is that how we are defining culture, because the definition of culture is actually varies. I mean, culture may be your language, culture may be your religion, culture may be your norms, societal actually norms. So we do not have any kind of variable like in language or language and social norm, because there is no such particular measurement of the social norm. But it is very important that the cultural, there are actually less research on how the culture and subculture actually affecting the fertility, overall fertility in case of India. The number of research is actually very less on this. And if we take social norm as an indicator of culture, then I would, my answer would be that it definitely has very significant influence in general, but we could not actually model it because of the paucity of the information in the demographic and health survey data.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Saswata. So from India, then we move to Sri Lanka. For the second presenter, Dr. Manori, this is the first question from Fabiola, Indonesia. Dr. Manori, you had explained that women in the low education has low TFR. I would like to know how people access to reproductive health information in Sri Lanka. So please answer that, Dr. Manori. Can you?
Thank you, Anindita. Yeah, so I can't hear you well, but I got the point you asked me. So you asked about the
How to access the information, how people access to reproductive health information.
Yeah. So in Sri Lanka, there is a well-developed system. Okay. So therefore, actually, based on that, actually, the Sri Lanka has declined at the fertility level. Overall in Sri Lanka, because the education levels and everything is higher. However, when we compare with sectors like in the state sector, especially, although they have access to the reproductive health facilities and all, the problem is, not compared with other two sectors. So state sector has,
Siap, nanti aku coba ini. Bisa kok?
Hello, can you hear me?
I think it's just background noise. Go ahead.
Let's continue.
You can't hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Manori.
Sorry, because I can't hear you much. Okay. When you
Waalaikumsalam.
look at the state sector, so they also have the access. So because there are very developed programs in the country, and it's everywhere. So there are the developed midwives and dissemination of the information and all. However, the problem
error, nggak bisa ininya.
Education and the poverty levels are very low in state sector, and also the male dominant.
My speaker is not working. Kenapa ya?
Hello, can't you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry for the admin. Can you please mute the
disturbance from others maybe then.
Yeah.
So therefore,
Okay,
then
sorry.
I feel that there's some people are asking something from me. Sorry about it.
No.
So access for reproductive health is like very good in Sri Lanka. However, in the state sector, so they have the male dominant culture, and although the female want to, they don't have freedom to use whatever the method that want. They cannot actually decide the number of children, and therefore those who have low education, And those are in very poor poverty levels affect a lot, like they can't decide by themselves. However, I want to mention that in Sri Lanka, there's a well-developed programs in the country. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Manori. Hopefully, it already answered Fabiola question. And the second question is from Umilisianingsi. Mrs. Manori, you use several fertility parameters. How to use right parameter in conditions to be need to be considered?
Yeah, in fact, so I have used here the, the CPR, TFR, SFR, and CB. Actually, not enough to, to decide what factors have effect much and all. However, so I have here, it's a very brief kind of work, and it's so just to explore the situation. Okay, so I know, but for this case, actually, we have to go for the multivariate analysis, so kind of the regression analysis. Here, actually, I have done a very simple analysis, and also from there also, we can explore something about by using these parameters about the situation of the country.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and the third question. So this is from Dr. Saswata. Dr. Manori, without doing any multivariate modeling, how one can conclude what are the significant factors?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I answered that. Without the modeling, we can't go for, I know that. But
okay.
Because that's why I actually explained. So I just explore the situation. So to go for the, the better decision making, we have to go for the multivariate regression analysis. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And this is the last question from Sari Kristiana Indonesia. Do you think the government of Sri Lanka had taken action to solve these fertility inequalities since the differences are by place of residence, wealth index, etc.? So that's the question.
Yes, Sri Lanka has taken actions. However, the problem is Sri Lanka is a developing country. Still, there are poverty issues, like especially in the state sector and kind of in the rural sector. So when we compare with the rural sector and state sector, so rural sector also has the poverty issues. However, so the education level of that sector is high when compared with the state sector. Sri Lanka actually has taken actions. But in future, so that is why I showed in my, the figures and all. So the state sector also, based on the action and the programs we have introduced in the country, will come to the local level in future.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a very enlightening answers from you. And then this one is for Mrs. Din from Indonesia, and this one is from the Gajah Mada University from Pak Edi Kiswanto. Mrs. Din, with spatial analysis for policies to reduce unmet need, different policies are needed between regions. Is it right? Or what do you think about that?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Edi Kiswanto, for the question. Yeah, I think based on the result of the survey, IDHS survey, and also, Statistics Indonesia always conduct yearly annual surveys, Susenas. There is explain us about the very fluctuative result of about the using of the contraception. It's also can be see at my previous presentation, that the unmet need for family planning per province in Indonesia has quite a wide range. It ranges from 5.6 to 23.6% of unmet need for family planning. Of course, from this data, we can conclude that our large archipelago in Indonesia have many difference of unmet need from family planning and different obstacle to overcome that needs. So I think the policies are needed between regions, and then our government can solve the specific problem for every regions that more suitable based on the characteristics of the regions. Then I also suggest that the model I use is general for the all of regions in Indonesia. Maybe we can use more specific models to show the specifically of each regions, you know, such as geographical weight regulation. It can show us how each independent variable affect the unmet need for family planning, specifically by each regions. Maybe we can improve our research, and it's open for the collaboration, especially for you, Mr. Eddie. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Dean and Mrs. Kanokwan as the first moderator, because I think that's all for the questions. I already read all, and I've written the screen to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have close to 200 participants for this session. This is great.
Yeah.
And yes, by this time, I think we have only about half an hour left. I don't think our fourth presenter will be here. So
Okay.
I mean, this is it's a pity that we should have had the opportunity to hear him, but we don't. Too bad. I don't know what happens. We are not informed. But however, we have only 3 presenters for this session, and you know, my view of listening to all of you, the first thing that comes to my mind is that I'm actually personally very happy that the 3 of you as researchers, university professors, and hands-on personnel who works in this field for a long time. This is 2021. As I said, you know, many things in this world have passed the point that we talk about. To me, I mean, my personal opinion is that we should have gone past the time of talking about inequality, because the world seems to be it's like we are global citizens of the high technology world already by this year, right? But there is still poverty, there is still inequality, there is still unmet needs in many, many places of the world. And if we don't look closer, we overlook all of this, we would think of the world as one and we are all equal, which is not true at all. You know, the world seems equal, seems great. We have all the technologies we want in any field. But that's not true anymore. So thanks, big thanks to the 3 of you researchers who have done your hard work and presented to us that actually there are inequalities, especially among women, you know. And if you live in different places in a country, you get possibly less attention, and things around there geographically or culturally, whatever, have still presented you with not the same opportunities as others who live in other regions of the country, you know, in Indonesia, I mean, in India, I mean, and in Sri Lanka. So thanks to all of you. And I think we should spend,
I think this is
Yeah,
there is one question. I don't know which one. This one is for Mrs. Dean, I think. This is from Mario Ecariano. May I read the question?
Sure,
Sorry.
yes.
Okay. Because this one is very interesting question. Special analysis is urgently needed at this time. Do you think which region is currently the most important to pay attention to in the context of unmet need? Is access still a major issue? Okay. So this one is
very good, very complimenting. Yes.
Okay. So
I think this is for Mrs. Din.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're a Mrs. Let's call you Din. I don't care
Okay,
if you're married.
sure. Still look so young, so I think. For the committee, I think Mrs. Kanokwan, we have the pre-recorded session before this. I don't know from the committee, is it already prepared for the Rahul video or not? While we
Oh,
are waiting
okay.
for that, we can we can hear the
Oh,
answer
okay.
from Mr. Dean, Mrs. Dean. So
Okay,
sorry.
good. We still have time. Let's have Dean answer this question, and we'll go to the presentation by Rahul. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the time. Okay, Mr. Maria Ekur Viano. I think what is the most important region to pay attention in the context of unmet need? Yeah, you know, based on this result, we can see that each part of Indonesia have the more higher percentage of unmet need for family planning. It's of course need attention, more attention to overcome the problem, the unmet need for family planning problem. And then about the what else do we do? Assess. It's assess.
Like
Yes.
it's like you
Which
you-
region?
Yeah, you have presented like some areas in your country
Mhm.
possibly have not received the attention much. Therefore, the access to services are not that fully utilized, right? It's not.
Yes.
So the question is, do you think, I don't know, how come access is not the same throughout the country, or possibly another question behind that is there any particular area in your country that you should pay most attention to at this moment?
Yeah, I think the part of Indonesia is part of Indonesia. There is still a high percentage of unmet need for family planning. It's especially at Papua and Papua Barat is the highest percentage. So for the success of the unmet need for family planning target presentation that the government state, it is of course we have to specifically pay attention to the east part of our archipelago. You know, in the Papua and Papua Barat is have more complicated situation that we have to improve the many things. Yeah, many things of development from the access of contraception, and then maybe the coverage of what's called national health insurance that will be cover the contraceptive access for them, and then so on. I think. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I mean, your answer proves my point that, you know, wherever you are in this world at this time of the era, everybody should have equal access to health services. But the three presentations prove that it's not that. And so I'm glad that the three presenters have presented information from certain areas of the world that we still need to pay attention to. Thank you so much. Let's go to Rahul's presentation for 15 minutes before we come back together again like this. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling the co-host in this room. Do you have any video of Rahul? Because to my concern, there are some presenters that are not ready. Okay, is it ready? Okay. Okay, please.
Pandemic situation and doing great. I am Rahul Kumar Jha. I am the presenting author of the paper entitled Maternal Healthcare Utilization in EAG States of India Changes during 2005-6 to 15-16 with my co-author Professor R.V. Bhagat Sir, International Institute for Population, Mumbai. Let me start with the introduction part. So, first, EAG estates, it means Empowered Action Group Estates of India, which considered eight states of India, which is the northern and the central region of the India. And the maternal and child health care are the two main broad important area of the health sector, which is the overall human development of the well-being of the society. And the by WHO, maternal health refers to the health of the woman during the pregnancy and childbirth of the postpartum period. And the maternal death considered the woman of the death in the pregnancy or after the 42 days of the end of the pregnancy without any accidental or the incidental causes. So in India, developing countries like India, maternal deaths are not as per the sufficient. The what are the requirements? So it is ultimately led to the maternal deaths, and we need to improve these things. It is also mentioned in the MDG, our MDG Millennium Development Goal 5. So literature will also support the study, like we have studied that almost 90% of the maternal deaths occur in the developing countries, and the other EG states of India also had a rise in the maternal deaths. So need for the study is that the health status of the woman and child are highly unsatisfactory in India. Adverse impact on women health, inequality is prevailing in the high rate of high rate mainly in the AG states of India, finding a large inequality with the existing of the economical, geographical, and the social level of the maternal health care. So research question here I have to cover in this paper, like what are the socio-economic determinants of the utilization in India? What are the factors contributed to the socio-economic inequality in maternal health care in India? Did inequality in utilization of maternal health care change in the EAG states of India during 2005-6 to 15-16? For the data source, I have used the NFHS 3 and 4 data. It means 2005-6 to 15-16 round, and I have covered 36,854 NFHS 3 and 1,90,797 for NFHS 4, and for as the India as country level, and the for EAG state 14,144 in NFHS 3 it is 2005-6, and 1,03,984 NFHS 4. I've used multivariate analysis and the GIS map for the study. Now move for the finding of the study. So here this table shows the graphical representation of the change during the 2005-6 to 15 in the all three indicators ANC, PNC, and SBA. And like postnatal care, we have shown that the deeper part, the deeper color shows that the high percentage, and the lighter part shows that the lower percentage. It means the postnatal care is skill birth attendant and full antenatal care. It means so that the skill birth attendant is highly grow with, I mean, increase in 2005-6 to 15-6 for India and EAG state also, but antenatal care is also very low. During 2005-6, it is only Kerala, except the Kerala, all in country level antenatal care is less than in 10%. But now it is somewhere it is good for the 20%, but it is not that much appropriate what we need for the country level. Now, inequality part, the positive value of the contribution shows that the variable contributed to the pro-rich inequality, which include the antenatal care and the concentration among the richest and the poorest women in the society. The parameter related to the maternal death, healthcare utilization are concentrated on the richest section of the community. The concentration curve for all the parameters ANC, PNC, and SBA shows the decreased inequality in 2005-6 as compared to 2015-16 as compared to 2005-6. The deviation from the inequality line was more in AG states and the even higher than the national level, because the AG states are still very backward states, which is contributed as the the still developing states, very poor with the facility and the other things. That's why it show the high pro-rich inequality, because here in the India level we can see that the inequality for full antenatal care is not that much greater as in EAG states of India. But it's the time changes 2005-6 to 15, that 10-year gap, it is somehow like decreased, but still it is very high. The same condition followed in the postnatal care also. In the postnatal care, EAG state also have the very high inequality as compared to country level. But as mentioned in the trend, like 2005-6 to 15-16, the inequality is going decreased. But for the SBA, skilled attendance of birth, it is very drastic. I mean, very speedily recovered. It means the skilled attendance of birth, the inequality is very decreased by the time. It is now for the all states of India. It is like 80, more than 80% or 90% for the inequality for the EAG skill attendance birth. Because of the awareness and government interventions, maximum families are going for the skill attendant of the birth. And the limitation of the study, the data is the retrospective in the nature to lead to the recall biases, cross-sectional in the nature, so hence causal relation can't be established and the comprehensive trend analysis has not been done. And summary and conclusion of the study, the prevalence of the full antenatal care in urban and rural of EAG states has been increased by the 10% during the period 5-6 to 15-16, and the women who have actually started opt for the ANC, PNC, and SBA was observed that through the distinct category of the age group where more than 50% of the women chose by the NFHS4, sorry. The prevalence of the ANC was yet matched to the global standard, but the prevalence of the SBA has been seen improved significantly. The social disparity exceeds the utilization of maternal health care in India. The poorer to richer category, it is accepted that, but the EAG states deviation from the equity line was more higher than the national level. Decomposition analysis showed that the place of residence, birth order, number of living children, currently working, and the religion were the negatively contributed in the utilization of maternal health care. So thank you APA organizing team for organizing such seminar in this adverse pandemic situation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, Mrs. Kanokwan, I see Rahul here as well. I'll call Rahul. Can you hear our voice? Can you please unmute your mic, please, Rahul? We cannot hear you. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Rahul. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
here you are.
Okay, here. Okay.
Good. I think we have another question for Din
Yes,
about
this
the spatial modeling of unmet need. And then we still have time. I encourage more questions for everyone and also a question for Rahul as well.
okay, sure.
Please,
Okay.
be ready to. You can go to the last question for Din there.
Yes, thank you. Because this one is very interesting as well. This one is from Indra Elvian. Will the application of spatial modeling for the unmet need to more sensitive using the lowest level regional analysis unit, such as a village or sub-district rather than a district or province? This is about the data, I think, availability, yeah, Mrs. Dean. So how about that? Okay.
Thank you, Indra Elvian, for the question. I think more specific unit of observation we get, or more mature, whether if we use provincial level, it's only 34 point of observation. Then if we use the sub-district or maybe regions or city, yeah, we can have about 537 unit of observation for Indonesia, yeah. About 500 region cities in Indonesia. It's also more variance in the our data, so it more sensitive to to expand the mathematical model about the relation of the dependent variable and about the dependent variable and independent variable. It's also can be also more specific if we use about the individual the individual level of estimation. You know that IDHS, in demographic and health survey also provide the individual data on their website that we can access free. So if we use the individual level, is can give the more capture of our model is more specifically, and it will be better than if we use the what you call aggregate level as the provincial level. It will be better if we have more unit observation of data. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Wow, great. I agree. It's even better than a village or sub-district level, if you go to individual level. Wow, I'm glad to hear that it's possible. Yes. Okay, great. I think there are questions for Rahul as well.
Yes, this one is from Sulochana. Is that the infrastructure facilities are lacking in the EAG states in India, or is it that there is need for more intervention required to improve the maternal health care services in EAG states? Okay, please, Rahul, could you please? Okay.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, in EAG states of India, we have a lack of, infrastructure and the other health supportive facilities. That's why it's still high. Maternal health mortality, child health mortality, all the things are still high in India because of that infrastructure and other health supportive facilities. So it's quite good. The question is very much, relevant to this topic, because in India, like EAG state has a poorer state compared to other states. In EAG states, 8 states of India, like there the education facility, health infrastructure, the facility of the government interventions, awareness, these all things are very lacking. That's why we call the empowered action groups, because they have all the facility are below the country level. That's why. So it's very relevant. And the other question, ma'am, can you please repeat the other question?
This one is about, is that there is need for more intervention required to improve the maternal health care services in EAG states?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. The question, because as we have discussed that in EAG states of India, we have other things are like very much like lower as compared to the country level. So it's very necessary, very need the current scenario to acquire the specifically, because we have the ANM, other CHC, PHC, ANM facilities, because the community health level. When we are talking about the India and the EAG state, they are the poorer states. So we need to enhance the capacity building of the health facility in the community level. So we need some PHC centers, public health centers, community health centers for the improving the maternal health as well as the child health also. And rather than this, we need some awareness, because if we create the awareness, because when we talk about the illiterate people, they don't know how we can avail the antenatal care, postnatal care, or the skilled birth attendant. They are just going for the normal delivery, and they didn't need that. They don't know how we can just injection and other vaccination for their babies. So it's very much necessary thing. We can go for the awareness part, create the knowledge, knowledgeful awareness for their maternal healthcare utilization, how you can just get from them. Because in Assam, like we have 263 maternal deaths per 1,000 persons. So it's growing very hard. As compared to India, it's 130. It's still very hard as compared to the other developed country, because they are only 8 maternal deaths, 4 maternal deaths. So we need to work on that. And all the developing countries, they are still very high. So it's a situation where we have to put the effort by the NGOs, international NGOs, and the government efforts also. So thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. And the last one is from Dr. Saswata. I think it's a suggestion, Dr. Saswata, for Rahul. And this one is a very good one. In case of maternal healthcare utilization, access and availability of services are important, but less research because of lack data. So he wants you to refer to his paper in GIS on this issue based on AHS data. Is it correct, or correct me if I'm wrong, and census in 2011 data. So this one is to close our discussion, I think, Mrs. Kanokwan. So there is not no any more question, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the suggestion from Dr. Ghosh, Saswata Ghosh, I think it's good for everyone, not just Rahul. Because right now, I in this session, we are talking about different locations in a country that does not have enough, just like any other locations in the same country. I mean, basically, we're talking about that. So I think in order, number one, I'm glad that we have research in this issue, that there are different locations that do not have the same access. I'm glad about that. But because of Dr. Ghosh's suggestion here, I think as a whole, politically even, we can look at existing data from different locations and bring them all together, for each country even, to point out to your government that here you see, it's not the same throughout the country. You may have one policy that does not work for all. It may work for all in some areas, but in some areas, this one policy is not working for everyone. And we need to look closer to different subpopulations, different locations in the country, different sex, genders, or ages of the people. I think this is a great suggestion for everyone. And I think we still have about 1 minute for each presenter to make a clear and cool conclusion of your presentation. Anything that you would like to, our audience now, we are hitting more than 200 already. Something, a sentence or two that you think you would like your audience to take home from your presentation. 1 or 2 minutes each, please. Go ahead, start with Dr. Ghosh, followed by Dr. Manori, and then Din, and then Rahul, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for excellent moderation. I mean, moderator 1 as well as moderator 2 were absolutely amazing. I mean, my take-home message would be that it is nothing is actually linear. I mean, everything is actually very much complex and have the local level variations. So one has to understand these local level variations and how to fit in with your larger actually domain. That is actually much more important, and how the new institutions, new roles, actions are actually coming to play in various demographic outcomes. One actually needs to understand that, and going beyond the our so-called that simple approach of actually understanding. That is my overall message.
Okay, very well said.
Thumb up. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Manori, you have anything to say here? Manori.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well,
and actually, it's a very, very fruitful session and very fruitful the other presentation, and also very, very insightful moderation. Thank you very much for the moderator 1 and 2. So we had a very nice session and very, and actually, so if I talk about the so what I tell to take home message. Actually, so my presentation mainly based on the reproductive inequality. So what I wanted to mention here, so as developing countries like Sri Lanka, so we are experiencing fertility trends, patterns, and also we are reaching replacement levels also. However, based on that social and economic demographic differentials, so we have a big differentials in the country among population. So therefore, although we are experiencing some better rates on reproductive health and especially the fertility, we still need to alert on the fluctuation, changes, and the things can be happen like during the declining process also. Especially I didn't, because I have sent this the abstract sometimes back. I didn't include the COVID-19 impact also. So because I wanted to mention that based on this COVID-19 also there may be fluctuations for the fertility, and also therefore, although especially in the developing countries, although we are in the very low level, so we are declining level. However, still we need to think about to alert on the rates, because just to ensure the well-being of the child and all the overall population in the country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to address this, the session, and very, very, very successful session. I'm very happy about you, both of you, and all the presenters. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean, do you have anything to say?
Okay. Thank you for
Manori. Thank you.
Thank you for moderators and presenters and other participants. Our discussing is very important to improve the side of knowledge and all of our experience, especially for the research. Okay, thank you. Then I hope our work will be much better at the health condition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to Rahul. Is Rahul still around?
Rahul, yes, he's still around.
Okay.
Okay. Please. Yes. Okay, Rahul.
I'm very thankful to you, because I joined late and you both have managed the things, and it's my pleasure to present it with you and this APA, because this is a very adverse situation for the world also, and you are managing the huge potential and the learning for all of us. We have learned a lot of things with the discussion and the presentation also with each other. And I'm also very thankful to you for some suggestions also. And for this situation, I have done the research on the maternal health sector earlier, and I'm doing this field in 4 years. And now for the world, I'm just telling that adverse situation where we have find that the pregnancy and the global warming issue, climate issue is also very much related to the pregnancy and other things. So it's a alarming situation for all of us. We have to see the adverse impact of these things, and especially in the developing countries. So it's a suggestion to all of you to explore the things, because it is very much needed to our current scenario of the world, because we are focusing on the development sector and doesn't focus much about the other adverse sector of these things. So it's my grateful and thank you for all of us participant and the organizing team. Thank you, ma'am, moderator. Thanks. Thank you for my side.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have only a few words to say. Thanks to all the speakers,
yes,
my second moderator, and all the audience. Thank you so much. Let me give the floor to moderator to say something too.
Okay, thank you so much for the very fruitful discussion. So we are very pleased that all the participants and also for the panelists, my eyes are very wide opening now, because it's very important to have this fertility and reproductive health issue for us to have more concerns. So that's why for the documentation purpose, Mrs. Kanokwan, can we please take a picture for the
sure,
yes. So for all the participants, please, we are inviting all of you to turn on the video, please.
Camera.
Yes, turn on the camera, and then because we have the sarangyo means love for the symbol. Okay,
yes.
for the all of the people here. Okay, thank you. So could you please, the committee, please take a picture for us? Okay, this is for the first.
1, 2,
Okay.
3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a
Thank
big
you so
applause for
much.
moderator one.
Applause
Thank
for
you.
everybody. Okay,
Thank you,
goodbye.
Kanokwan. Thank you. Bye bye. We are returning to
Thank you.
committee. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Indonesia. There are certain things that words cannot describe. In this place, life is an adventure. I never imagined I'd be here. A land full of wonders, colors, and cultures. Where beauty lies in every corner. And nature showing its best side. From the oceans to the mountains. Waiting for you to explore, to make stories. The sea rises to the shore. Of what people call the land of the gods. What would it be like to explore this place? To experience these shores? To witness the wonders of this land every day. With love from Indonesia.
We're still here, waiting for you. we still remember the awe in your eyes. We can still hear your clapping for us. And we have prepared all of our beauty and richness until it's the time for you to come back. We will be waiting for you. See you in Indonesia.
I feel like drifting away.
Indonesia. There are certain things that words cannot describe. In this place, life is an adventure. I never imagined I'd be here. A land full of wonders, colors, and cultures. where beauty lies in every corner, and nature showing its best side. From the oceans to the mountains, waiting for you to explore, to make stories. The sea rises to the shore. Of what people call the land of the gods. What would it be like to explore this place? To experience these shores? To witness the wonders of this land every day. With love from Indonesia.
We're still here, waiting for you. We still remember the awe in your eyes. We can still hear your clapping for us. And we have prepared all of our beauty and richness until it's the time for you to come back. We will be waiting for you. See you in Indonesia.
I feel like drifting away.
Indonesia. There are certain things that words cannot describe. In this place, life is an adventure. I never imagined I'd be here. A land full of wonders, colors, and cultures. where beauty lies in every corner, and nature showing its best side. From the oceans to the mountains, waiting for you to explore, to make stories. The sea rises to the shore. Of what people call the land of the gods. What would it be like to explore this place? To experience these shores? To witness the wonders of this land every day. With love from Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly.
Okay, shall we start? Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to panel A of parallel session 2 of the 5th APA conference hosted by our Indonesian colleagues. This session focuses on demographic data and method. For a discipline that is so empirically grounded, I think this session is much anticipated. And I'm very heartened to see that we have a large audience in this room. Today, my name is Gu Xiaorong, a research associate with Asia Research Institute of National University of Singapore. I'm very honored to moderate this session with 4 exciting research projects. My fellow moderator is Maria. She will handle the Q&A session after the presentations. Like what we did before earlier today, each speaker is given 15 minutes to share the work. And there are 2 sounds produced by the system that will give them some notice. Please pay attention to it. Now let me introduce the first speaker, Rina Hariatri, who will present enhancing the implementation of the community-based family information system through revitalizing the village community institutions. Rina, are you with us? Now the screen is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, allow me to share my presentation.
Okay.
I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The title of my presentation is Enhancing the Implementation of the Community-Based Family Information System through Revitalizing the Village Community Institution. And here are the team members. We are all researchers at the Population Study Center, BKKBN. Background of the study, the Bangga Kencana or the Family Development, Population and Family Planning Program are implemented from provinces down to the village level across Indonesia. And therefore, Bangga Kencana require timely and accurate data and information to be able to develop effective programs and activities. As part of the program management, BKKBN has developed the family information system since the 1980s. However, at village level, the system is implemented by different organizations or groups, which sometimes created duplication and confusion. These are the brief description of the family information system. It consists of 3 subsystems. First is the family enumeration, which collect demographic, family planning, and family development data. Second is data on family planning services, which include family planning service facilities, family planning service delivered, and contraceptive supply data. And the last one is family planning field management, which collect family planning field worker data, logistic, and the activity of family planning groups. In this study, we will focus only on family enumeration and family planning field management data. The objective of the study is to develop a model to enhance the implementation of the family information system through revitalizing the village community institution. This is an operation research study which uses the participatory action research or PAR approach. The study was conducted in 2019 in a village in Sumedang District, West Java Province, and a village in Temanggung District in Central Java Province. And there are two important elements of the PAR. First is joint decision between researcher and local community. So the decision are not made by the researcher alone, but jointly made with the local community. And the second is commitment for change based on the agreed action between the researcher and the local community. And there are 4 stages of PAR: planning, action, observation, reflection, and continue to the next cycle. For this study, we use the PRISM or Performance of Routine Information System Management Framework, which identifies all the factors that affect all the components of an information system from input to impact. And based on the PAR approach, we designed the operation research stages as follow. It started with the need assessment, followed by discussion with local stakeholders to design the intervention plan. And this plan then brought to a discussion with the program managers at BKKBN. So we have discussion with stakeholders at all levels. And based on this discussion, we designed the intervention activities with continuous discussion of on the progress and the achievement. Now the result of the need assessment. In line with the PRISM framework, we identify 3 main issues, that is technical, organizational, and behavioral factors. For the technical factors, the main issues are limited capacity in processing and analyzing data using computer application and limited technical assistance from the field worker. For the organizational factors, the main issue is the need of a legal basis to ensure the sustainability of the programs, unclear working mechanism among the implementer of the system and the other institution, and limited training and supervision. And for behavioral factors, the main issue is low data demand and use for planning. Based on the results of the need assessment and discussion with all the stakeholders, the design of the operation research intervention activities are as follows. The objective, as I mentioned before, is to develop a model to enhance the implementation of the family information system through revitalizing the village community institution, or known in Indonesian and Bahasa Indonesia as the Institusi Masyarakat Pedesaan or the IMP. The specific objective includes strengthening the VCI role in family information system management, strengthening VCI capacity in data collection, analysis, presentation, and increase the data use for planning. Next, I would like to explain the reason why we decided to integrate the family information system into the VCI structure. VCI is a community organization with the role of managing and implementing family planning programs at village, hamlet, and down to the neighborhood levels. It was initiated in 1980s, so currently established in almost all villages in Indonesia. And since the beginning, one of the roles of VCI is to carrying out family planning, reporting, and recording. And now the majority of family planning cadres in the villages are VCI personnel. Therefore, instead of creating new organization, we recommended to integrate the activities of the family information system into the VCI structure. However, some actions are needed to support the VCI to enable them to carrying out the activities. To achieve the objectives of the study, the intervention activities are as follows. For the technical factors, we conducted workshops to increase the capacity of the VCI personnel in data collection, data processing, and analysis using simple computer applications such as Excel, and also data presentation. For the organizational factors, we prepare a village regulation as a legal basis for VCI as a village community organization, or in Bahasa Indonesia, it is Lembaga Kemasyarakatan Desa, LKD. This is in line with the regulation of the Minister of Home Affairs number 18, 2018. This village regulation will allow VCI to have access to the village resources, which will support its sustainability. And also, we designed the working mechanism with village government and other village institutions. And for the behavior factors, presenting and discussing the family data that they have collected and processed and analyzed in the village coordination meeting to promote data use for planning. This is the proposed Bangga Kencana working mechanism at the village level. You can see the VCI is the central part of the system. The yellow boxes, they are carrying out their activities based on the family information system or family data. And you can also see all the other institutions, including the village head or the village governments. So we try to draw the working mechanism with all the existing institution or organization in the village level. And this is the proposed new organizational structure of the VCI. The new sections are the green boxes. There are 3 green boxes based on the 3 program components of the Bangga Kencana: population, family development, and family planning. And the program and activities are in the yellow boxes. So the family information system becomes an integral part of the VCI. And this is an example of the village regulation for the VCI as a village community organization or Lembaga Kemasyarakatan Desa in one of the study sites. This is from the Temanggung study site, from the Sumedang or West Java study site. At that time, there was in the transition of electing the new village head, so we cannot proceed with this process. And lastly, the recommendation. We need legal basis for Bangga Kencana program implementation from local governments, because now we are observing the decentralization policy at all administrative levels. Rearrangement of implementing organization at village level based on the working mechanism or network. Rearrangement of, and this is the rearrangement of working mechanism of program implementation and at village level. And the last one is revitalization and regeneration of the VCI. Why did we put regeneration? Because since the VCI was established since 1980s and 1990s, many of the personnels are already old, and usually they are not, they don't have computer knowledge or skill even for simple data processing like Excel. So during our study, we try to recruit new younger personnel to join the VCI, and we hope they have basic computer skill for data processing to help the data process and analysis, and to be able to present the data at the development meeting for development planning. These are the references, and thank you. That ends my presentation. Thank you.
Sharon, excuse me. I think your microphone is still mute.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Let me welcome. Thank you for the first speaker of this great presentation. Let me welcome the second speaker. I think Supriya Verma, are you with us? And now the screen is yours. Yes.
Yeah, I hope my screen is visible now.
Okay, yes, we can see you now.
I am Supriya and I am from Population Council India. I am to present my paper on performance of an IVR-based mobile phone technology and its adoption by rural communities in India.
Right.
Yeah, I will start my presentation with the context, theory of change, program footprints. I will discuss the Mobile Vani algorithm, key objectives, how the data was processed, and the findings in terms of technology and system readiness, and the way forward. Mobile Vani was a program which utilized a multi-pronged approaches, and it was adopted in two different blocks. One block, two different districts, and one district was where the self-help groups were established, and the other where the non-SHG blocks were selected. And in the SHG blocks, the Mobile Vani program engaged the community mobilizers and SHG members, and in the blocks where no SHG SHGs were present, the Mobile Vani program involved the community volunteers. The key messages to the Mobile Vani included on the 4 thematic areas, which included in nutrition, family planning, diarrhea management, and access to schemes. The theory of change discusses that the field officer and the community mobilizers, they utilize self-help groups and the women from self-help groups in their households. And they used to bring those women to Mobile Vani platform where the key messages were published, and finally the databases was recorded at some point, and which were further utilized by the researchers. The Mobile Vani program, this is the algorithm which I'm going to present. So here what happened, the field officer and the SHG members, the field officers and the CMs, they brief the SHG members on Mobile Vani during SHG meetings. Women then further went to brief the messages on the SHG in their household about the Mobile Vani. So what happened, the women are supposed to dial a toll-free number on the Mobile Vani platform, and the number automatically they get disconnected and the number get registered in the Mobile Vani platform. So then what happened, the next step is the response of this Mobile Vani, this missed call. So this missed call is then responded by the Mobile Vani platform in terms of callbacks, and the number it gets registered to the platform, and after some time or after a few days or months, the Mobile Vani automatically pushes the calls to the numbers and which are called as the OBDs or the missed calls. So once any women receive a callback or OBDs, she can receive the call, listen to the messages, and they can play and record their messages. It has also a special content, a special idea of recording the content, where the field officers, community mobilizers, SHG members, and women record their contents, and some of the messages which are from the field officers and community mobilizers, it gets automatically uploaded. However, the other messages, it goes under moderation and are published or rejected based on the quality of its content. So the key objectives of this paper is to determine the user journey from entry into the program to exposure to the calls. And the second key objective is to understand the performance of Mobile Vani technology in reaching out the users and adoption of technology by the users. So we processed the data from the November 2016 to 2018, and we also restricted our data analysis only to the limited to the SHG blocks data, and we obtained the data from the implementers, and the data set were the 3 data. The first one was the app manager, which included the call records, its timing, call duration, reasons for call rejection. And the second database was the item heard databases, which included information on each of the item or the content heard by the users by its duration. And the third data set was the content recorded data set. What we did, we merged these three data sets together to analyze further. And during the period 2016 to 2018, the system captured 2.6 million call records, which were used for the data analysis. And this 2.6 million call records were obtained from above 44,000 users. So now I will go through some of the findings in the terms of technological and system readiness. And I will discuss about the call journey, usage, and timings. So the blue line diagram, clearly shows that over the period from November 16 to July 18, the number of unique users get increased. And here I have presented a bar diagram in the blue and orange color, which shows the first time entry into the program. And the blue bar shows the first time entry was through the callbacks. That means the user has made a missed call to the program. And the orange bar shows the first time entry which was made by the Mobile Money to the users through the push calls. And we found that there are not many variations in the proportion of users who initiate first call to Mobile Money over time. And around 72% of the users made the first call to Mobile Money to get entry to the program. This slide shows that out of the 44,000 users, around 3/4 users receive both callbacks and OBDs, which is clearly shown through the pie diagram. And it also has a unique, we can interpret it like that around 31,000 users showed their interest in Mobile Money, in listening to Mobile Money messages. And now the next diagram in the middle box is the step diagram, which shows that over time, we saw the user engagement in the Mobile Money platform over time, and we found that the proportion receiving callbacks are decreasing over time, which is represented by the green bars. And the blue bar shows the proportion receiving OBDs, which increases over time. And the red arrow shows the call dropouts, the number of unique users which gets out of the Mobile Money. And we further analyzed why these users were dropped out, and we found that these are mainly due to the issues considered that like no answer or the user were busy. So this slide shows the engagement of 2.6 million call records. And we found that around 20% were the call initiated by the users, that is represented by the missed call. And the 81% calls were made by the Mobile Money in terms of callbacks or OBDs. So we found that around 62% were the OBDs, while only 38% were the callbacks. And we clearly see that the system has made more OBD calls than the callbacks. However, the proportion of users who answer these calls are much higher for the callbacks as compared to OBD calls. And in this slide, we have analyzed the most preferred timing of listening to Mobile Money, which is found between 4 to 8 p.m. when women are retreating to rest when their work is over in evening. And the calls which were unanswered were mainly because of the circuit congestion at Mobile Money end. So going through the learnings of these analysis, we have created some buckets going forward, and the buckets are the program design, program implementation, and program focus areas. So for the program design, we would like to suggest the program to promote Mobile Money number during all system generated calls to encourage greater participation from listeners. And the program should also consider cost implications. Why? Because they pushed lots of OBDs call when they were answered sparingly. So program should consider the cost implications of pushing these OBDs calls. And in the second bucket, which is on the program implementation, we would like the system to increase its capacity to handle calls between 4 to 8 p.m., which is the most preferred timing of the users. And how the program can do that, they can redirect less crowded PRI lines to mobile money during these times. And the program should also facilitate some user databases with demographic details. So demographic details will help us to do some deeper analysis of the user or listenership pattern or dropouts. And we also found that as the mobile money technology its voice-based nature transcend the barriers of illiteracy or smartphones or internet connection. So this kind of technology can be can focus into the multiple areas like in agriculture or on health or on mHealth or in many, it can focus on multiple areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supriva. And this topic really touches upon something that is very hot, big data. And we can certainly discuss this in Q&A session. Now let's move on to the third presentation by Dian Christiani Ariwati. I'm sorry, I'm very bad at this. The presentation is about a novel measurement tool for monitoring male involvement in family planning in Indonesia, which is quite exciting. Now the floor is yours, Dian.
Thank you, the moderator. Today I would like to present my presentation, a collaboration between myself, Dr. Wendy Hartanto from BKKBN, Dr. Rita Damayanti, Dr. Besra, Mr. Kemal, PhD, Prof. Anhari, Prof. Gunawan, Prof. Sabarina Pramewita, and Prof. Hadi Pratomo for this collaboration. The title of my research is a novel measurement tool for monitoring male involvement in family planning in Indonesia. So the background of this study is for more than 30 years, family planning program in Indonesia had mainly focused in women. In 1994, the plan of action of the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo and the 1995 Beijing Conference on Women and Reproductive Health had initially addressed on the need for involving men into family planning program and action. Since then, men's role in family planning has been highlighted at many public health conferences, national policies, and media message. However, until recently, the contraceptive use is still dominated by a female, while male contraceptive use is still scarce. Therefore, men should be considered not only as a woman partner, but also individuals with distinct reproductive preferences. So this is the contraceptive use in Indonesia. There is a wide gap between the prevalence rate for male and female modern contraceptive method in Indonesia, while the male contraceptive method had increased slightly from 1.5% in 2007 to 2.7% in 2017, while the prevalence rate for modern female method had increased from 55% in 2007 to 57% in 2017. So only one male used contraceptive, while there are 12 female who use contraceptive in Indonesia. The research gap is many studies on male participation in family planning use from contraceptive use record, mostly from woman perspective. Limited study have considered couple from the analysis. So the objective of the study is to analyze scoring of male involvement in family planning among Indonesian married couple, taking into account social demographic factors. The method used in the study utilized couple match data from 2007, 2012, and 2017 Indonesian Demographic and Health Survey. This study conducted a factor analysis for reducing a set of complex variables of male involvement in family planning. Scoring and transformation processes were also conducted. So this is the selection criteria for the respondents. So total we have 23,693 respondents involved in this study. the variables of male participation in family planning that has been selected by factor analysis are husband attitude about family planning, husband attitude regarding contraceptive as a woman business only, decision maker regarding contraceptive use, and husband knowledge about contraceptive, couple communication about family planning, and also contraceptive use, but reported by husband. The result, so overview, most men in Indonesia did not expose family planning information from any media. Men in Indonesia export family planning information mostly from their wife, not from health workers or from family planning field workers. The age gap between husband and wife in Indonesia were small. The education gap, while the education gap, male education is mostly higher than their spouses, and the working gap also dominated by the men. So this is the factor analysis for men involvement in family planning. So we make we conducted value on the right part, and then we making a formula in the left bottom, and after that we calculated by the formula, and then the result is just like this. So overall, from 2007 and 2012 and 2017, the total score is very low. Male involvement in family planning in Indonesia were considerably low because it's only 37.8%, 45 and 42%. So the conclusion of this study is male participation in family planning can be measured from the husband knowledge, attitude, and behavior regarding family planning, so that it can describe the role of men as users, partner for their partners, and as agent of change regarding family planning in their household. Male involvement in family planning in Indonesia were considerably low. This study emphasized that family planning program should involve both men and women into the family planning promotion and services. Both men and women play the primary role in making contraceptive decisions. If the policymaker ignore the dynamic interaction between men and women during their relationship, it will jeopardize the family planning program. Couples should be taught on basic communication skills, particularly on reproductive and family planning matters, to address their concern and to encourage them to participate in childbearing issues. These are the references, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DM. I think you left earlier, so you saved us some time for more discussion. In fact, indeed, can you not share your screen with DM? Can you stop sharing your screen?
Yeah. I'm trying. Sorry.
Yeah, and this gender perspective is certainly important in family planning and related social programs. Now we have the last speaker, Sula Saka, who will be talking about data interoperability using sensors and health data in conjunction with social environmental data. Now, Sula, the screen is yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, you can hear me too. So good morning, everyone. It is, I'm Shula Sarkar. I work as a research scientist in the University of Minnesota, and I work for the IPUMS project. So it is fairly late in the night in the United States, but I'm glad to join in APA virtually. Usually we are there in the IPUMS booth at the APA conference. So like looking at some familiar names, and nice to be here. So today my talk is on data interoperability, where I use census data in conjunction with demographic and health survey data and with some social and environmental data. So this is like the first time I'm presenting this work, as we were working with several data sets that needed interoperable data sets to work with each other. So what is data interoperability? In a nutshell, data interoperability would mean working with data from different sources and in conjunction with each other. So then the question is, why? Why do we need to work with different data sets, or why data interoperability? Because we saw in the second speaker from Supriya, and there is big data. So no one single data can solve or answer every question. So you need to have multiple data sets working in conjunction with one another and talking to each other so that we can use all these data sets together. Also, along with census data, which surveys the whole population, you have small and local data sets which complement the national level data, which are of a very high and finer scale. Plus, as demographers, we cannot work in our own silos with our own data sets. We have to work with environmental data, conflict data. And this study kind of focuses and has some examples of how we can use different data sets together. So here are my two empirical research questions. Does educational attainment influence domestic abuse attitudes? By educational attainment, I mean in terms of level of schooling completed. So here we use the primary and secondary level of education. So if a person just went to school, they are not included in this study. They have to complete primary or secondary education to be to have primary or secondary education completed. The source for this is the census microdata integrated by the IPUMS International Project. Domestic abuse attitude data comes from the Demographic and Health Survey program. So here the respondents are women who report that, that wife beating is justified if a woman argues, burns food, goes out without telling her husband, refuses to have sex, or neglects their children. So these women are saying that wife beating is justified. My second question I answer, does educational attainment influence violence and conflict? By violence and conflict, I take a look at data from the ACLED data sets, the conflict data, which include data on battles, riots, and violence against civilians from the Armed Conflict Location and the Event Data Set Project. These are locational data found of every battle, riot, or conflict from the period of January 1, 2006 to December 31st, 2010. So coming back to why I chose these questions, or why I'm looking at the project. The Sustainable Development Goals, the global goals with 17 global goals and 169 targets, they aim at studying violence against all women, and they want us to report this. So one of my main motivations to look at these questions was the Sustainable Development Goals. The other issue was looking at open data policies. So all the data that I am looking at are open data. They are available free of charge to legitimate researchers who want to study anything, any research topic. So here are my data sources. My first data source is the IPUMS International Census Microdata. As I said, they are individual level microdata samples, which are anonymized and harmonized. They have spatially harmonized geography and spatial footprints across time, and with appropriate metadata and documentation. So from here, I take the Kenya 2009 census data and Bangladesh 2011 census data samples. I compare with this census data with the Demographic and Health Survey data from Kenya 2008 and Bangladesh 2011 samples. Here I take data about domestic abuse attitudes, and I also take the GPS cluster locations for each of the clusters which report such attitudes. For the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, I have X and Y coordinates of the event from January 1, 2006 to December 31st, 2010 for Kenya. I do not include Bangladesh in my study here because the data I got was from 2006 to 2010, and the Bangladesh survey was in 2011. So it was not possible for me to use the Bangladesh data for the armed conflict study. Coming to the results, here are bar graphs from Kenya. Here I am combining the census microdata and the demographic and health survey data. Both these data sets, they are combined by their primary administrative level of geography. They have 8 geographic regions in both the data sets. We use GIS maps to compare both of these data sets, and we see that the regions are exactly the same. So from this graph, you can see Nairobi has higher education levels, and then the little dot with domestic abuse attitudes, they are kind of lower compared to the Western region, which is to the extreme right side of the graph, right by the northeastern region. You have high domestic abuse attitude, like women justify it's okay to be beaten, and then their educational attainment is low. Looking at that spatially in a map, here are the educational attainment from the census data. On the left side is Kenya, and on the right side is Bangladesh. There are 2 areas that I circled, which I'm going to focus on later on during the presentation, because there are some interesting trends over there. So education attainment is generally higher in Bangladesh than in Kenya. There are higher clusters, bigger clusters with higher education in Kenya. And also most of the urban centers are highly educated than the less urban centers. Like Nairobi and Nakuru in Kenya have high education, and Dhaka, Khulna, Rajshahi, and Chittagong in Bangladesh have higher educational attainment. So here I do a hotspot analysis, and it displays the spatial clustering of women who perceive domestic abuse to be justified. A high Z-score and a small p-value for a group of cluster indicates a significant hotspot, which is the pink color, and a low negative Z-score and a small p-value indicates a significant cold spot, which is the green color. So pink colors are kind of bad because women perceive domestic abuse to be justified, and the green means good. So Nairobi shows a cold spot in this area, whereas Nakuru, which is also an urban center, which is circled in red, it shows some hotspot analysis over here. So even though it's an urban center, you still find women who think that wife beating is justified. Moving on to Bangladesh, the hotspots and the cold spots are not as prominent as it was in Kenya, but you still see some trends. Dhaka, being an urban center, shows a cold spot with 99% confidence, and similar to Nakuru, Chittagong shows a hotspot with 95 to 99% confidence. That's the red circle that I'm showing. So even though it is an urban area, you still have women who think wife beating is justified. So here, this demonstrates that I'm using 2 kinds of data sets. One is census microdata, which is available from the censuses and via IPUMS International. and also data from DHS, the Demographic and Health Survey data. And again, I am using different kinds of geographies and GPS coordinates, as well as the primary level of geography and the secondary level of geography for both the countries. So here is a summation of the same thing. The education attainment at the primary level is higher in Bangladesh than in Kenya. And overall higher education is related to improved domestic abuse attitude awareness, and there are more cold spots in urban areas. The next example I'm showing is related to conflicts and education. It uses the armed conflict dataset, the ACLED. Here in Kenya, you see less prominent clustering compared to the domestic violence attitude. The overall conflicts are less in the urban areas. Also, Nairobi, being an urban center, shows a cold spot with 90 to 99% confidence. Nakuru, again, is also an urban center, but shows a minor hotspot right here. And then in the rural areas, we see some hotspot analysis, which means the red areas are areas where there are more conflicts. And then the green areas are areas where there are less conflicts. Mostly it is related to education, but then you find some sort of red area in areas which also have a higher education attainment. To conclude, we demonstrate by showing multiple data sets from different sources that can be used in conjunction with one another. Data sets are available at different spatial and temporal scales, and care should be taken that data from two different time periods are not analyzed simultaneously, but they are of the same spatial scale as well as the same temporal scale. Also, high education completion rates are not necessary areas where women's perception to wife beating is justified. Higher conflicts and violence are also prevalent in areas where there is moderate to high educational attainment. And like I said, this is just the first research that I'm doing on this project. In the future, I would like to incorporate environmental variables as contextual variables and see how environment affects the attitudes of people. Thank you. Just listed my data sources that I use, and also wanted to say that if you want to learn more about IPUMs, then we have a special session on August 5th, just so to say. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sula, for this wonderful presentation. And I would say the data visualization is perfect. Our speakers are very good at keeping the time, so we have plenty of time for the Q&A session. Before the participants asking questions, I'd like to take this opportunity to throw two questions for the speakers. If you'd like to answer either question, that would be great. The first one I want to ask, especially for the first two papers, could you elaborate on the implications of your study for, we are having this methodology session for demography, the methodological implications for demography, the field, or for real life social programs that you're working on. If you could answer this, that would be great. And the second question, if possible, I would like to really know what kind of challenges that you have faced in, implementing a new method. Thank you. Could anyone ready to answer the question? How about, sorry. Rini, could you? Yeah, Rina.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I cannot hear the question clearly.
Okay, so can you tell us about the implications of your study for this demography, this discipline, or for real life social programs that you are talking about? And methodologically, you are contributing to this field, right?
Yeah, thank you. Our program is developed based on the field data. So since the beginning of the program, BKKBN has developed a family information system from the grassroots level, which are collected by the volunteers at the grassroots level and then processed by them. And also we hope that they were able to use the data for the development planning at their level. So with this family information system, it is expected that all the programs from the grassroots level where the family data are there are based on the real condition of the families there, which is reflected in the data, and all the planning, so the development planning. So it is a bottom-up planning from the village level, from the grassroots level, using the available data that are collected by the people at the village level themselves. So this is really supporting the bottom-up planning system of the program, of the Bangga Kencana program, which is using the village or grassroots level data.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I wonder if Supriya could share with us. I think one of the questions is also about this, the implications for social issues that we want to address.
Yeah, the implication which we found that it was actually implemented through the mobile phone messages, and we found that the mobile phone messages, it like the illiterate people or the rural area people, if they have an access to the mobile phones, they can learn in the multiple areas, like they can learn the agricultural techniques, they can learn about the education, they can learn about the social issues, and this program was mainly focused on increasing the knowledge on the health and nutrition of a maternal women, maternal and child health, around the maternal and child health nutrition there, what how women can practice the neonatal health behavior, she can go for the antenatal care, and what food and what nutrition she should provide when a child is around the 6 months old, what the family planning issues she can learn through the mobile phones and all. So these were the areas where the illiteracy can help women to, like, through the voice-based nature of the mobile phone. So these were the like the implications which can be used in the rural communities, in the health sector, in the demographic sector as well. So looking at your second question, which was around the challenges which we faced during this program, we found one, the technological kind of challenges, and the second, the challenges which we found was on the socio-cultural barriers. Like technological, I would like to say that the women, they don't know, they first of all, they don't have the accessibility of a mobile for the 24 hours. Whenever she want to wish, she may not have the mobile phone with them. Their husbands go to fields and for the agriculture during the daytime, and when they are back from the field, then only the women have an access of a mobile phone. Second, about the balance, though it is only putting a missed call, so it is not charging anything, but they should have a proper balance in their account even to do that missed call. Something which we found was a technological barrier was the poor network in rural settings of India. So sometimes the network fails, and as the most of the women get accessibility to the mobile phone during the evening, so sometimes at the implementers end, they become lots of congestion, and the call also drops many times. So these were of the technological barriers which we found. And about the socio-cultural barriers, it is also like mentioned earlier that the women don't have an access. And sometimes when a woman is listening to the messages, her husband come home and they say, whom are you talking to? Why are you on phone for so many time or so many times a day or for the longer duration? So these kind of socio-cultural issues do exist in the rural settings of India. So these were,
Thank you so much for your rich insight. Can I invite Dean to share a bit of your thoughts on the questions that I asked?
Sorry, is it about the methodology of the
Yes.
research? Yes. So I'm using the 3 data set of the Indonesian Demographic and Health Survey, and most of the research analysis of the contraceptive use for using the DHS are using a woman data set. So the couple data set is very rarely to be used for the analysis because it's more challenging to analyze it. And then afterward, my supervisors asked me to do some advanced statistical analysis, doing a factor analysis and also a scoring method like that. And after that, they want to show, we want to show about the male involvement in family planning is not only about male contraceptive use, but also how you're dealing with your partner to participate in family planning, like that.
Yeah, it has real life implications for the family planning implementation, right?
Yes, indeed.
Sula, your data analysis is really powerful. I was just wondering, what if you found that the 2 data sources the results are conflicting with each other? Have you found such cases? And how do you deal with, the contradictory or, inconsistent findings based on different data sets? Are you with us, Sula?
Yes, I am. Yeah. So yes, I did find contradictory. So there was another study that we did, not here, but on an asset index paper, where we looked at the census data and looked at the asset index in that. But then when we looked at it at the local survey, the results were different. And at first we were worried what it is, but then when we went back and looked at it, it was more the questionnaire, the wording of the question, the unit is different. So usually data sets will have the same kind of, you will have the same kind of responses. It will be a little bit different, but then the question is worded differently. Like maybe for something, the question is asked like to the like 15 or older, and the same question is asked, but your like NIU category is different, the universe is different. It's asked to people 10 and above. So you have a slightly different result, and you have to redo a part of your analysis to get the result. So if that answers the question. There was also a question in the chat, which I would like to address. They said, how do I, different data sets like the census, how do you tackle the issue for combining 2 different big data with census and the DHS? Both of them are big data. The main way I combined the DHS and the census was through similar geography. So I looked at the region variable in DHS, and then also the census household variable, like household geography. And then if they were the same, looked at in a map, and then took the, let's say, education variable from the census because it was more statistically significant. It had the whole population. and then looked at the DHS variable and then found my dependent or independent variable, if that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Now my colleague Maria will take over for the rest of the questions. Maria?
Yes, thank you so much. So there are some questions in the chat box. The first one is for Supriya. Are you there? The question is there any gender-specific user data available, and what kind of issues to address?
Yeah, so this question was asked by Sulochana, and I would like to say that this program was mainly programmed for in SHG meetings for SHG women and their household, and the messages also focused around the maternal and child health, nutrition, family planning, and other some other related things. So for the gender, as this program was programmed mostly for the women, so most of the users were women, and some of the like field officers or sometimes the program persons were the users were the male, and sometimes the women, sometimes family members like husbands are also calling. So these were but most of the like they were calling from the same number, so we considered those number as the female number, because the husband is using husband and the wife, they are using the common phone from a home. So most of the users were the females, except few of the field officers and the program personnel, which were doing the trial basis and which were also doing sending out the pushed calls, OBD's calls. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the next question. There are some questions for Ms. Dian, but I will choose one first. From Pak Terry, he asked about the many ethnic groups in Indonesia include many matrilineal, patrilineal, and also bilateral family types. It seems that the BKKBN is biased toward the patriarchal form in the communication strategy. So, is it possible that a change in attitudes in BKKBN could promote vasectomy or male sterilization more effectively? So please, Ms. Dian.
Thank you, Ms. Maria and Pak Terry. Nice to have a question from you. So yes, for me, I agree with you, Terry, that many ethnic group in Indonesia, it seems that BKKBN is a little bit biased toward patriarchal form in the community strategy. But nowadays, BKKBN has attempted to promote vasectomy more intensively by using male-to-male consultation and also encouraging husband and wife to future consult family planning, particularly vasectomy in one time with a doctor or a medical person like that. The main issue of vasectomy is because the stigma or negative stigma and negative perception and misvalue among Indonesian couples. So based on our research before, that from woman perspective, from the wife perspective, vasectomy has been considered as castration, or when men can have future sex with other women in not in marital arrangement, while in the husband viewpoint, they believe that vasectomy cannot have a sexual intercourse again, some catheterization like that. So because of from both a point of view, negative point of view from wife and husbands as well, so it is more difficult to promote a vasectomy compared to tubectomy like that. But BKKBN is still trying to promote a vasectomy by giving some personal consultation to the husbands and the wife also to eliminate the misfailure of vasectomy in Indonesia. And it is a very hard job indeed, but we just try to do so in our field level. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Ibu Maria.
Thank you, Miss Dian. Okay, for the next question is for Sula. Hello. Okay, the question is in the last question in the chat box. So, as you mentioned before, that women are perceiving wife beating is justified. So, how the question is asked? Then, were there any differences in opinion among rural and urban, and depending on how long they have been in married relationship? So, please answer the question, Sula. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, as shocked as you are, I was also shocked when I read the question. The question, I'm going to read it out from here, I opened it. In your opinion, is a husband justified in hitting or beating his wife in the following situation? And then it says, if she goes without telling him, if she neglects the children, and so on and so forth. And your options are yes, no, and don't know. So that is how the question is asked, very bluntly. And unfortunately, some women respond yes to that. With respect to rural and urban differences, when I started doing the study, I expected zero woman in the urban areas to not say yes. But unfortunately, in my presentation, I circled out some areas where they are kind of urban or semi-urban areas, and they are saying that they are responding yes. So you have more than one woman. It's not because it's spatial statistics. So if it was just one outlying answer, you wouldn't have had a hotspot analysis. It was more than one woman responding yes to the question. And I haven't analyzed on duration of marriage, but that's a good point you bring up. And maybe I should, I think I'm going to go back and run the statistics again on the duration of marriage and see if duration of marriage is dependent on the yes-no thing. That's an excellent idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Sula. For the next question is for Miss Dian again. So there is a suggestion that I also think most contraceptives are female-centric, and definitely there is need for awareness. And then some question that based on your research, why vasectomy intake in Indonesia was very low at 0.2% for 10 years. So for a decade, only 0.2%. And do you have some insight for these matters? Thank you, Miss Dian, please.
Sorry, Ibu Maria, the first question, who is it?
From the Solacana.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the questions. I think most of the questions are for me. From the chat box I see is from me. Okay, from Miss Solaha, the contraceptive are female centric. Yes, I agree with you because the choices of female contraceptive are mostly for female, while for male, we are still struggling for finding a new female, finding a new male method that are easily to use by the men. And also for vasectomy from Wina, yes, Indonesia is very hard to dealing with vasectomy practices because from the Indonesia Demographic and Health Survey from 2007 until 2017, the percentage is very low, 0.2%. Yes, I already mentioned before, according to Pak Terry explanation before, that there are a misvalue of vasectomy between a husband and wife, which vasectomy has been believed as catheterization, and also the husband can have sexual intercourse with other women without knowing by their wife like that. So because of the very hard misvalue among those husband and wife, the vasectomy is very difficult to increase the percentage. And also from the religious leader also some of them are discouraged about vasectomy as well. Thank you, Ms. Maria.
Okay, I think your answer is already answered for the next question about the issue of low male involvement in family planning in Indonesia. So I think it's a little bit similar answer for the question. So for the next question for Ms. Dian again, are there any practical suggestions to improve male involvement in family planning in Indonesia? So what is your suggestion to improve this involvement in family planning for male?
Yes, the most interesting part is the husband and wife so the husband know about contraceptive use are mostly from their wife. So little bit percentage of those men who know contraceptive from the media, television, radio, internet, or newspaper, but most of them, they knew it from their wife. So the best part is strategy is we encourage husband and wife to do spousal discussion about family planning like that, because if we see the Indonesia Demographic and Health Survey, the percentage of spousal discussion about family planning is also very low. So the family planning issue is a little bit discussed in their household. And so that is the big matter and have significant association with male contraceptive use in Indonesia as well. I think that's, thank you, Ibu Maria.
Okay, and then next question again, Ms. Dian. So, do you assess male involvement from male perspective? What are the factors that are strongly associated with male involvement in family planning program, both from male and also women perspectives? What is the current situation toward the current target for male involvement, and how does the program address the findings that you mentioned that there are 3 types of male involvements, and which one should be prioritized?
So the most thing that have to be prioritized is the knowledge of those males, because the misfailure and the negative stigma about male contraceptive use, particularly condom and vasectomy, is very a big matter for Indonesian males. So that's why in this study we found that knowledge about family planning issue, particularly for males, should be more emphasized like that. And after that, because if we want to have a behavioral change, we have to initially change the knowledge itself to eliminate the negative stigma of the contraceptive use. And about the negative stigma has to be considered not for only for the husband as well, but also for the female, because the resistance to use male contraceptives are also occur from the wife. They do not want their husband to use contraceptive. That happened in so many Indonesian locations. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Dian, regarding to condom use, why condom use in Indonesia were still low? Do you have any suggestion to overcome this issue?
About the condom itself, we also have another research about condom. So from the wife perspective, the research also Indonesian research revealed that it is difficult to pursue or advocate or to ask their spouses to use condom during their sexual intercourse in the formal marital relationship. While from male or husband viewpoint, condom is believed with an inconvenience. So when they have sexual intercourse, the men prefer to not using condom, because condom have inconvenience because they have plastic or labor, like it can make they do not So it revealed them not to have a good sexual pleasure like that. So they prefer not use condom because of the inconvenience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dian. And for the last question, based on the data in 2007 and to 2012, male participation in family planning increased, but it decreased in 2017. So, what is the causes of this increase and also the decrease of male participation?
So the male participation in family planning is a very dynamic process because it's involved the micro level, particularly in household level. So the increasing and decreasing of the level of male involvement in family planning is oh, we have another question. It's because of the intensity of social communication. In the data of the Indonesian Demographic and Health Survey, the intensity of social communication in 2007 was much more higher than 2012 and 2017, like that. So that's make the involvement of male involvement in family planning is decreasing in that particular period of time. Thank you.
Okay, and then the next question. Regarding the spousal discussion of family planning to improve husband involvement or knowledge, from your experience or your research available, do men really support women's decision to use contraceptive methods?
Yes, actually we already wrote about some papers about spousal discussion on family planning. In that those paper, we found that yes, men really support women decision to use contraceptive. So when the discussion between husband and wife occur, and the next step is who will use the contraceptive use. Most of the Indonesian couple, they prefer the female to use contraceptive method compared to the husband itself. Thank you, Ibu Maria.
Okay, thank you, Moderator One. I think all the questions has already answered in this session. So,
okay. Shall we conclude the session? Thank you very much. I'd like to, I think all the audience like me really enjoyed this session and learned a lot from the speakers. So I'd like to invite all of us to share applause for the speakers for their wonderful speeches. And I think we have a lot of topics to go on and involve after the session. A big thing for me in this session is that really show throughout the papers, gender remains such an important factor in all these different areas and different projects. And I'm really happy to see that we are all women session here. Yeah, women power. But anyways, thank you all for participating in this, and let us conclude the session and see you in other sessions. Bye. Oh, sorry. When I need to invite the speakers and also participants who are willing to take a photo with us, please turn on your camera and let's do a photo shoot. 1, 2, 3. Is it done? Okay. Well, thank you and see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention? The program will begin shortly.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us on parallel session 3.1 about adolescent sexuality and reproductive health. I am Ekawati Sriwahyuni and a lecturer in IBB University at Bogor. I will serve as first moderator on this session. And let me introduce you to our second moderator who will assist me on the Q&A session. Please, Bu Dora, introduce yourself. You still muted, Bu?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dora, and I'm the principal lecturer at BKKBN. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. Each presenter will have 15 minutes to present the abstract. A notification sound will remind presenter when the time is up. If any technical problem occurs to the current presenter, he or she needs to do the troubleshoot in the background, and the upcoming presenter must take over. If there is any questions during the presentation, please type into the chat box in your Zoom control panel. We will bring them up during Q&A session at the end of all presentation. Please, Ibu Eka.
Oops, sorry, I got trouble. Okay. Okay, thank you, Ibu Dora. And we have our first presenter here. Ibu Evi Nurvidya Arifin. She will present her abstract on First Blood, Determination of Menarche among Indonesian Girls born between 1988 and 1997. Ibu Evi currently is a researcher, if I'm not wrong, from Center for Advanced Research at University of Brunei Darussalam in Seri Begawan, Brunei Darussalam. Please, Bu Evi, the screen is yours, 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your introductions. My paper, as mentioned, is about First Blood, Determinant of Menarche among Indonesian girls born between 1987 and 1997. So they are the millennial. So we are talking about how the millennial, when they start on menstruations. Let me share my slide to facilitate the presentations. So as the moderator mentioned, currently I'm an Indonesian. Currently I'm in Brunei at the Center for Advanced Research or CARE, University of Brunei Darussalam. So the presentation menarche attract my attention because from the transitions, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Just finalizing the setup. Okay. The transition from childhood to early adolescence is a critical period characterized by the onset of puberty. And for girls, menarche or the first menstruation is the last in the series of events involved in the process of normal pubertal development. And it occurs generally after the development of breast tissue and peak height velocity, and therefore menarcheal age is the onset of the reproductive lifespans among the teenage girl. Some studies mention that menarche is a biological standard of living, which is related to how a certain region develops. But on the other side, menarche is an important indicator of the girl's future health, as whether the menarche happened late or early to a certain degree have a health consequences. So menarcheal age has also further consequences on sexual initiations and reproductive health, and also can be related to early marriage. So therefore, understanding and knowing menarcheal age is very important in the countries where high child marriage rates, such as Bangladesh and Indonesia. So but the onset of menarche varies depending on a number of factors, and the onset of menarcheal age can be early, normal, or late. Some of the literature define when a girl experiences menarcheal age between 12 and 14 years old, that the normal age at menarche, while some define early menarcheal age when menarche occurs before the age of 12, while late menarche is defined when menarche occurs after 14 years old or 15 and above. So the variations of the menarcheal age can be dependent on the interactions between, or the interaction amongst variables such as individual variables, genetic or parental, and also environmental factors. So to simplify, it can be seen like this, that menarcheal age dependent on the three group of the variable, which is individual factor can include body size, whether is that the weight or measure with the basal metabolism index, or also height, waist circumference, hip and thigh circumference. Another individual factor some studies mention is nutritional status, health status, and also physical activity, and some sexual stimulation, and also the birth order of the girls. While some genetic factor can include maternal menarcheal age, ethnic or racial differences can also be part of genetic factors. Environmental factor can include socioeconomic factors, whether that environment factor also like girls living in the war conditions or the housing environment, and also environmental chemical. Some studies mention that can have an impact to the onset of menarche. So the timing and determinant of menarcheal age are key to understanding the potential linkage with the health outcome in adulthood, and also important because of the repercussions of the sexual initiations, age of marriage, and ultimately fertility. So that's some of the studies have found that early menarche also can be associated with the increased BMI, increased cardiovascular risk, coronary heart disease, and also increased breast cancer risk at later years. Late menarche also can have health consequences. Some studies mention late menarche can be associated with osteoporosis, and then increase the risk of fracture. So that from the health implication, but from social life of the girl. Knowing the age at menarche is actually bring about further implication on how preparing knowledge and understanding on menstruations, knowledge and practice of menstrual hygiene management, and also literacy of menstrual health. And in many low and medium income countries, girls generally they are unprepared to face the first menstruation and also cycle menstruations. So here, some of the studies missing that menarche considered as the missing reproductive health indicators. We have seen, and maybe you have read some of the studies and policy also directed toward managing issues related to premarital sex, teenage pregnancy, and also early marriage. But menarche actually that the entry point for all these three important issues. For the case of Indonesia, only quite recently, studies on menarche has been conducted. As seen in some of the literature here, as far as I can find, using the nationwide data is conducted in 2014 based on the Indonesian Family Life Survey. So with this background, my papers aim to examine the age at menarche among Indonesian girls as 15 and 24 years old in association with the birth cohort, health behavior, access to information, and socioeconomic characteristics. It also to examine the trend of the mean age at menarche within a decade, from the 1987 to the 1997, that during the pre-democratizing era of Indonesia. What data I'm using for this study? This study relies on the Adolescent Reproductive Health Survey conducted in 2012 under the Indonesian Demographic and Health Survey. So this survey focused on the never married youth aged 15 and 24 years old. And then the selected sample for this study is about 8,846 girls aged 15 and 24 years old. And what is the variable to use to define menarche? In this survey, there is an information available asking the menarche by using this question: how old were you when you had your first menstruations? There are two options: whether the girls never had yet the menstruation, the first menstruation, or if that happened, they have to mention in what age. So some of the dependent variables I've mentioned before include the birth cohort, the health behavior. Here, the available information in this data to understand whether the girl is active smoker or the passive smoke, and also access to the information through newspaper, magazine, radio, TV, or talking to people. And some of the socioeconomic variable, unfortunately, is quite limited. We have place of residence, whether they live in urban and rural, and also region, whether they live in Java, Bali, and other island, and also an economic variable using at the asset base. So as the age at menarche is treated as a continuous variable, that regression analysis will be used in this study. So how was the finding here? So from this slide, it shows that the age at menarche range from 9 to 20 years old, with the mean age at menarche is 13.4 years old. So generally, they are at the first of the second junior high school, with the early menarche happen to 6.3% of them. So looking at the birth cohort here, this slide shows that there is a continuous declining age at menarche among Indonesian girls, which from the earlier studies, which actually we can see is continuing, it continued to declining, where in the 1944, the earlier studies mentioned is about 14.4 years and declined to 13.2 years in the 1988. And some other studies mentioned that in the mid-2000s is about 12.5 years old. So we see a declining trend here. But how this one is only to see across birth cohort that in the 1987, 75 girls had the first menstruation between 14 and 15 years old. And in the 1997, 75 girls had their first menstruation at the age of 13 years. So exactly it shows to us they had the first menstruation earlier or getting younger. So the next one here is further analysis looking at the age of menor controlling for the variable. The birth cohort is remain significant, is negative association, is some of the variable health behavior, smoking habit is significant. It means that the girl who smoke have a younger mean age at menopause. Access to information, whether they read newspaper, listen to the radio, watch TV, also have a negative association with the mean age at menopause, where the economic factor looking at the asset has also a negative factor. Girls living in a more richer, in a rich family has younger age at menopause, while environment, place of residence, those living in urban areas also have younger mean age at menopause. So they have menstruation earlier than those living in the rural area. It's the same pattern also seen in those who live in Java, Bali, which is considered more advanced than the outer island. So the girls living in Java, Bali also have the first menstruation younger than those living in outer island. As my time is almost up. So what we can see, and I can sum up from my presentation here, that a study found that the advancement of socioeconomic and environmental conditions taking place in the past 20th century of Indonesia have resulted in a continuously younger onset of the puberty among Indonesian girls. Particularly, the study shows that the Indonesian millennials experience their first menstruation at a younger, continuously younger age from one cohort to another. And this study also found that the mean age at menopause is associated with healthy lifestyle, access to information, household economic factor, and also place of residence. Of course, many things to discuss about this issue. Then I think I will stop here. Thank you very much for your kind attention. We can continue our discussion during the Q&A session. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ibu Evi.
So my moderator.
Thank you, Ibu Evi. I almost asked you to stop. Okay, we move to our second presenter. We will have Pak Najib with his abstract on millennial adolescent dating behaviors in an urban area, a case study in Semarang City, Indonesia. Our second presenter is a researcher, if I'm right, at BKKBN Sintro Java, Semarang. Please, Pak Najib, the time is yours for 15 minutes.
Yes, thank you, moderator, for the time. Excuse me, I want to send my slide. Okay, see slide?
Yes, we can see your slides, but it's in the end. You have to start from the beginning.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Feeling great today? Let me introduce myself. My name is Najib. I am from BKKBN, National Population and Family Planning Board of Central Java. I would like to present my research entitled Millennial Adolescent Dating Behavior in an Urban Area, a case study in Semarang City, Indonesia. Introduction. The group of adolescents in Indonesia is growing rapidly. Yes, the growth of adolescents in Indonesia is growing rapidly in quantity. Adolescent dating behavior from year to year in increasing alarmingly nationally. The result of basic health research in 2010 with a sample of 63.48. Adolescents again 10 to 24 years who were single were 86.7%. Yes, adolescent was in the 86.7%. 3% of male teenagers and 1.1% of female adolescents said they had sexual relation. The development of adolescent issue, especially teenage behavior, has indicated forward risk behavior. Based on the 27 adolescent reproductive health survey of 85% of adolescents claimed to have been dating and 30% of adolescents had group in dating. To know new dating behavior in the city of Semarang, factor influencing the dating behavior of adolescents in the city of Semarang. 3. The cooling factor for adolescent courtship in Semarang city. This research used the MAKE method research approach, namely parallel conference. That quantitative and qualitative data are correct all together to obtain comprehensive data. The population of adolescents in the city of Semarang with a sample of teenagers in public high school and students in the Tinggi College in the city of Semarang with a total of 195. Research instrument using interview, guideline, and scale, quantitative data analysis technique using percentage, will qualitative using four component, namely data collection, B, data reduction, C, presentation of data, D, deriving conclusion. Research finding and discussion. Table percent of dating behavior activists acting 58.7, holding head 25, hiking partner 25, enthusiast in learning 40.1, kissing chicks 21.8, kissing lip 10.3. Research finding and discussion factor in influencing the dating behavior of adolescents in the city of Semarang. 17 same of friends if they are considered no behavior. 24 parents no. 12 social media, 26 headphone to share, 21 increase enthusiasm for learning. Factor controlling dating. 22 friend do not encourage to have boyfriend. 28 community not fertilized. 26 parents do not allow. 24 religious teaching fortified. Discussion. Let education for safe behavior in the city of Semarang include in the low category. 44.6 adolescent dating behavior in the city of Semarang, most of which are acting together with girlfriend. 58 and increased enthusiasm in learning 40.1. Semarang adolescents also consider that having sex in a taboo among teenagers 32.4, and they are still able to control sick drive 43.6. This condition occurs because of the influence of parents and community know that 45 adolescents not to do things outside the limit of politics. Parents know and allow if their children are dating, as many as 43.4% of respondents. Parents know that their child has a girlfriend, and 37.4% of parents allow if their child has a girlfriend. Control from this, parents make them careful in dating, so as not to do things that violate moral norms, religious norms. Based on dating activities carried out by adolescents, the tendency is to do acting together, which has the greatest percentage compared to kissing the lips, kissing the cheek, and hugging. The existence of the norm of the city of Semarang people who are still good in fortifying the behavior of adolescents of the city of Semarang, so they feel they are still taboo in having free sex. Parents and teachers will always accompany and educate adolescent behavior both at school and outside of school. Parents and teachers establish good communication, especially about sex education to adolescents. The government has expanded programs aimed at adolescents, such as self-development program, art appreciation program, and sport, increasing the religious activities and promotion ethics for Semarang City youth. Thank you all my presentation for giving me. If during my presentation there is a weakness, thank you for this attention. See you on other occasion.
Okay, thank you, Pak Najib. But you still have like maybe 3 minutes. Do you want to maybe elaborate your explanation?
No.
Okay. Okay, as Ibu Yuniarni is here, so
Yes.
Thank you, Pak Najib. We will move to the presenter 3. Is Ibu Yuniarni is here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay, now we are having Ibu Yuniarni with her abstract on risk and protective factors affecting youth reproductive health in Indonesia. Our third presenter is a PhD student from Flinders University, Australia, and also work in BKKBN, a National Population and Family Planning Board of Indonesia. Please, Bu Yuniarni, the screen is yours for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good day and good evening for everyone. Thank you for attending this session. I'm Yuniarini. I'm PhD student in Flinders University. Today, I would like to share some progress of my thesis research under the supervision of Associate Professor Udoy Saikia and Associate Professor Gaurdas Varma, that is here now in this room also with me. And the research title is Risk and Protective Factors Affecting Youth Reproductive Health in Indonesia, with the focus on Aceh province, and this is some initial findings. In this presentation, I will display some background, objectives, a brief explanation regarding to the methodology, and some initial key findings, and from statistical analysis, as well as from some qualitative analysis of the FGDs that I have done. I'm starting with some important operational definition. Youth here in this research refers to persons aged 15 to 24 years old. Using the reproductive health, excuse me. By using the reproductive health definition by United Nations, I specify the meaning of risk and protective factors in reproductive health as factors that increase the likelihood either negative or positive health behavior. And all of these factors are measured by indicators that used by WHO. Here we can see some challenges with youth reproductive health, including youth fertility issues. The data show in Indonesia is in big 5 countries whose youth giving birth by age 18. And Indonesia also top 5 highest adolescent fertility rate in Southeast Asian countries. And data also show the increasing of the fertility as well as the increasing of youth sexually transmitted infections prevalence. Here we can see that data also show contraceptive prevalence, antenatal care coverage, and pregnancy risk knowledge have been decreasing, and only around half of youth were knowledgeable about HIV prevention practices. And in addition, more low birth weight babies were also found born to under 20 years old mom, while stillbirth rate has also been increasing. Here we can see some other reproductive health risk factors regarding dating behavior and premarital sexual intercourse in Indonesia as some challenging issues. And based on those challenges, this research tries to answer why has the reproductive health of the youth in Indonesia, as implied by several indicators, deteriorated in recent years. And the objective including to analyze the cause of those deterioration, examining the HIV preventive knowledge practices, constructing a youth reproductive health index, and providing recommendation to government. This is the theoretical framework based on the socio-ecological model, which uses 4 levels of environment where youth live in to see the correlation between indicators or variables. There are 2 sources of data as I'm using mixed method here in this research. I utilize the 2017 IDHS dataset as well as collecting my primary data from 5 districts in Aceh province through a remote management FGDs by employing research assistants. This happened due to the overseas travel restriction during this COVID-19 pandemic. And in addition, I do also in-depth interviews session through virtual meetings by using Webex and Zoom. Respondents of FGDs were firstly recruited randomly from the youth database of BKKBN in 5 districts in Aceh province. They were sent the introductory text, and later 20 youth from each district who showed interest were chosen purposefully, and making a total of 100 respondents to be involved in the FGD session. Aceh province is chosen as the focus of a case study for some reproductive health challenges found in this province.